Stream time! It's stream time! Stream time with Marius! Stream time with Marius! Stream time with Marius! Stream time now! Hitler!
Yep. Whoa, still sick. Sick Marius stream. Yeah. I've got myself some tea with honey. Yeah. That shit works quite quite nicely. I'm not so sick that I cannot create. Cause if I'm that sick, I don't know. I don't know. Probably I can't be that sick. I can never become that sick. Today I'm continuing the puppet creation. What? Skeleton is almost done, so I'm gonna turn on this so that it's ready for that. Yeah, I'm gonna heat it up because it takes some time, and I don't want it to be having to. To make sure it doesn't, to make sure I don't burn my house down, I am plugging it into the one that the lights are plugged into. So if the lights are on, that thing is on. Except for that light up there, but I don't think that's very visible. So yeah, what am I doing today? I'm continuing the thing. What? Yeah. Let's just put the keyboard to the side. And why am I making stream when I'm clearly sick? Because I want to. I think it's pretty fun making things, so I would rather sit here and suffer and make things than to not. Yeah, wait, how do I... Okay. There. Okay. Nice. Hopefully I don't spill the tea, because now that it has sugar in it, in the form of honey, it's gonna be a nightmare to get away from all of the things. Okay. Now I've cropped myself a little bit in. What? Why would I do that? Out of all the places I could crop myself, why would it be there? Right? Okay, so all I need to do... Okay, now this is not... Okay, that is more centered. Oh, this is very turned down. Okay, if I have it at like there, that could be nice. And then I could probably start by removing some of the stuff, because I don't think I need this much wire regardless, so I can take it down to like, I can make maybe some long-ish arms, but I don't want her to have like freakishly long arms and only like hit the ground with the arms. But maybe she could have like long arms. I'm not saying that's impossible, because, you know, maybe, yeah, she could have very long arms. Then that could also, like a cape around her could look quite nice. So then with, oh yeah, with long arms, I would make sure that it goes outwards and not just flops down. Maybe. But oh well. I can make the legs longer because there is a lot more wire. So yeah, that is possible. However, I am not thinking of doing that because I think, or I might think of doing that. I don't know. Just need some of this, and then that should be fine. I should put on these. Me making the whole spiel about I don't want to get my eyes pierced out, and then I don't automatically put on them right before streaming. What? Who am I? A hypocrite? Well, yes, of course, because I'm a human being. Human being is incapable of nothing. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how much singing I'll be doing today. Because on one hand, it really fucks with my voice when I'm sick, I've found out. But on the other hand, it's like, well, I don't know what I'm thinking either, so I don't know. I don't knuff, ich weiß nicht, nein, whip the nein. Okay, and then we just swirl it. I said the word, the J word. Yeah, then we swirl it around without a care in the world. Because who cares? I don't. Am I right, guys? Then we will do it all the way down to the tip of wherever we have the thing now. And then we could give her fingers, but we could also not do that, because why would we? Am I right? Yeah. And then this side. The goal here, if you haven't watched the first stream, is to give some more surface for... Okay, luckily that was not the sharp end. Ooh. That was the blunt end of the thing. That's very good, because that could have definitely scratched the lens if it was the sharp. But it seems to be fine nonetheless. Okay, if I... Oh, wait, I get stuck. What? How can that be possible? As you can see, my gloves are pretty worn down. Yeah, I've gone through like 3 pairs of gloves by now, I think, because of the sharpness. And also I didn't cut my nails back in the time when I used to do this a lot, because why would I do that when they just grow back? Am I right, guys? But yeah, it was because of the guitar. It's much easier to play guitar with fingers with nails, or thumb with nail. But now I've bought myself, or I've ordered guitar picks, which is quite nice, maybe. Hopefully it's gonna be nice. Oh, that would not open up my nose. Okay, I'm thinking... okay, I'm thinking that I will glue the ears on, the bunny ears. I'll just glue them on. Ooh. Okay, now it's still not all that hot, but I can get the sponges out. Maybe I shouldn't put flammable material right next to a heat source. Okay. So I've got these sponges. I've got so many sponges. I've got 4 boxes of this. The reason I got so many was because a long time ago, when I got into this stuff, I was like, yeah, I'm gonna make so many. I'm gonna run out of sponge so quickly that it's going to be worth getting all of the stuff now or like back then. And then I stopped making them because I kept growing my expectations way faster than I grew my actual skill level, and so it became a situation of me thinking I was better than I was, and then believing that, and then when I saw that I wasn't as good as I wanted to be, I got upset with myself, and then that kind of sucked. But oh well, we have come full circle now, hopefully. And how I used to do this is still kind of a mystery to me, because I don't recall what I did back in the time. I think I actually had like aluminum foil as well. But I think I'm gonna drop that because I don't want to deal with that right now. And I remember these glue sticks being icky, slimy, gross, with some kind of slime or whatever, lubricant or whatever it is, and I did not like to have it on my fingers, and it coated everything, it seemed. But yeah, that's fine. I'm gonna move this. And have this underneath. Because, yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Yeah, did I say that I'm thinking of gluing on the ears? I don't know if I said that, but that's an idea I have. Gluing them on as a pipe cleaner thingy. Or making them out of pipe cleaner. And yeah, making them out of pipe cleaner and then gluing them on. Okay. What we do is that we could start with the central body. So I'm just gonna go ahead. I don't remember how I were to do this. So I'm just gonna follow my gut and figure it out along the way. Kind of feel like maybe it goes. Yeah, wait a minute. Could I maybe do this and then triangle or whatever, and then glue it back here. I think this might be something. And then I tend to layer them on top of each other. Yeah, I think that might work. I'm going with my gut here. If it sucks afterwards, I can learn from it rather than getting stuck in that it was incorrect or whatever. Like, it can be incorrect, but instead of feeling like, oh, I fucked up everything, I'm a fake artist, oh, and whatnot, I can think about why did it not work, and then the next time I approach this, I might have a better answer or a better method in mind. And then I can try that, and then if that also fails, I can figure out what did I do wrong this time, and then I can do that a whole bunch of times until I finally figure it out. And that's why repetition is quite nice, because you can do that a lot of the times and then learn. Whereas if you don't repeat something, then how will you learn it? How will you learn from your mistakes if you don't repeat them? Or if you don't repeat things and give yourself the opportunity to find out what's more better or whatever. I don't know. Okay, I'm just gonna test fit it. And then again, this is getting covered by cloth. I've done so many characters where I've been so obsessed with getting it right in this stage, and then I end up being dissatisfied because I cover it in cloth, and then suddenly all the work that I did to make sure that it looks nice, the forms and stuff, it just gets I actually have an example. Okay, so this one, no wait, no, this was not the one. This was not it either. Here it is. Yeah, I spent so much time making the silhouette or like the anatomy quite nice and stuff, and then I covered it, and then it doesn't even move correctly, because this is one of those stop motion skeletons that I actually got myself and spent a lot of time making, and then it can't even move because I used hot glue, and hot glue gets hard. And so like I'm pretty happy with like the silhouette kind of, but it's just, I don't know, it does not work in the sense that I wanted it to work. Yeah, it does not allow me to move it, and I wanted to animate it, and so I kind of just gave up on. I have one unused skeleton, which I have not touched yet. Well, I have touched it. I have assembled most of it, but I have not had the guts to pick it back up because I'm just afraid of fucking it up, because I haven't had enough repetition with these, and so I don't know the process well enough to be confident in using a $30 skeleton, because this costs like maybe $1. That costs like 30 for one, and so the cost of failing is $30, and if $30 is a lot to me, then it won't feel good when I fail. However, whereas if I fail with these, it doesn't really matter. All I spent was time, which time is valuable, very valuable. However, the time that I spend on those cheaper ones gives me experience that I can use on those more expensive ones. And so the time is actually more worth it to make 10 of these than to contemplate and procrastinate one of those. Like because I can make 10 of these in the time it would take me to get over the procrastination for completing the other one. And so time-wise and money-wise, everything seems to indicate that it's not very that good for me right now. Like, I would rather... Actually, I need to take these off so I don't glue myself. Yeah. It does kind of suck that I had to discover that through, like, fucking one up. But it did show me that, yeah, just having those, just getting myself those, does not mean that I know how to use them effectively. And not being able to use them is a big downside, because even if I have them, I can't use them. So they're not useless, but they're not useful right now. And so how I do this is that I tend to try to heat up the wire a bit, so that it actually binds with the sponge and doesn't just cool down instantly. Because that is something I've found to make the... like, if I don't heat it up, the sponge doesn't bind very well. And then I need to kind of keep it in the shape that I wanted before I let it spring back. Spring trap? Okay, it does not want to hold, of course, because I am untrained again, I guess. Oh yeah, it's kind of difficult working with hot glue, because it is hot and it can really mess with my fingers, because it's super hot, and then it glues itself onto my fingers and burns me for a prolonged amount of time, which is not very fun. But it's a very cheap and very easy glue to work with. There might be an even easier one, but I don't know if that's more expensive or if that's just as cheap. But I don't know. It does not really matter, because the simplicity makes this glue quite a banger thing to work with. However, the downsides of this... Wait, I'm gonna bring my microphone over a bit. The downsides of this glue can sometimes outweigh the benefits. But it's hard to outweigh the benefits of the cost, the price, how cheap it is. And yeah, this is essentially, I'm going off of intuition. Like, I've done this a fair few times, so whatever decisions I'm making is essentially intuition kicking in. And so if you don't know what the hell is going on and you're trying to do this yourself, know that this is intuition that's like been built over a few attempts at this. And so it's not like you have to understand this, and like, if you can't understand this, you're a fake artist and can never learn this. It's more that it's something that has to be experienced or experimented with, I believe. So yeah, now I've got something that resembles the upper body, upper chest or whatever. I can make slit boobies, I guess. I was thinking about giving her balls on her chest, but this could work. I don't know. Or this could work as in like I add boobies underneath hair, like attach it to hair. That could also work. Yeah. So yeah, as I keep saying, there is no perfection in this. It's all essentially do, and then suddenly it goes nice or it goes bad, and then like that doesn't matter either. Like, it doesn't really matter, or especially it doesn't really matter with this setup. If I was using the if I was using the stop motion skeletons, it would matter a lot more, because expensive. So yeah, it's not necessarily good to get something that you're not ready for. Like if you get yourself those stop motion skeletons and you've never done this, it can actually be harmful, because you're not necessarily going to trust yourself in the same way as if you've done this a few times. But if you have done this a few times, it's not really that negative. Like I would recommend trying to make one of these with that kind of skeleton, because it could be fun, it could be a valuable experience, and it could give you some insight that might actually teach you something about this setup with these skeletons. And so it's not necessarily bad to use those skeletons when you're not prepared or when you're not ready. It's more like there's a high chance of you feeling like you've spent your money unwisely. And if that is something you cannot afford, then yeah, probably stay away from this. But if you can afford to experience that firsthand, then it's not a bad thing to learn. Why? Oh, because I see. I'm gonna put you there then. Every time I put down the glue gun, it triggers my mouse button, and so it thought I was clicking OBS for some reason, which is not entirely what I wanted. Marius breathing into the mic for 10 hours. Okay. Now we've got somewhat of a mounting point for other things. I could probably... I have some cotton balls here. If I just try to see if this would work. Sure, probably. Yeah. And then the one there. Yep. Okay, that could probably work. Probably as in I want it to maybe work. Okay. Do we now do the... I think I'm gonna do the hip area. So how would I do that? Maybe by doing it kind of like this, maybe. Actually, I could probably do it like this, and then have it so that it goes to the butt cheeks, like that, and then maybe around. Yeah, this would probably be way easier if I actually learned about muscle groups and stuff. I at least believe that might be the case, but oh well. If I had done that, I would have done things way differently, probably. But yeah, it's fine. Maybe I will do it like this, so that I actually get the hip, like the outwards, sticky bicky. And then I could maybe tuck that in. So it's essentially looking at what shapes come when you wrap around and then try to figure out, okay, how do I get this to be like that? Because I want it to be like this. And so doing the things in my mind and then slowly putting things together. I think I'm going to be using a different one. If I had one of those foam cutters, I could have a clean cut. Probably. Or at least a much cleaner cut. Then it doesn't need to be symmetrical perfectly, because humans are not symmetric. We're not complete, like, not as like our bodies, but like we don't, well, the more skilled you get with this, the more you will be able to recognize what is like symmetric, right? You won't, like, I can look at this and see that that's thicker than this, but on the opposite side it might actually be the same, and so it might not really matter. Yeah, it might not really matter, but it can seem like it might really matter if you don't know if it matters or not. And so understanding that it does not necessarily matter if you can see that it's if it's whatever, I don't know, doesn't need to matter. It can really be as simple as gluing this on here and then going down here, because it will be cloth, it will have cloth on it. So I'm gonna see what happens if I simplify this into being like, yeah, this is as simple as it gets. And then, yeah, because that might actually make it better. Instead of making a whole bunch of different things, I'm gonna make it slightly behind so that it kind of lets me have a little bit of a flat brightness effect, I guess. And I feel like since I'm recording, or since I'm making a stream right now, I feel like I can justify going faster, because it's like, this doesn't matter. If you're watching this and you're like, oh, I want to try that, it really does not matter how you do it. Like, it might seem like, oh, this is correct or that's incorrect and whatnot. If it works for what you're trying to achieve, then yes, that is correct. If it does not, then maybe it's not. And maybe try a different method or a different way of executing that idea or whatever. Like, it does not matter if it's incorrect, it does not matter if it's correct. It's simply an experience and an experiment at the same time. You experience the experiment. And that's how you that's how I grow, at least. Experiment and experience the experiment. And then we do the same on this side. And I don't know how good the fumes are to breathe in. So don't breathe them if you're afraid of fumes. But I don't know. Sometimes I do get a little tired after having done this. Like, tired as in, like, oh, I feel dead, kind of. But I don't know if this is toxic to that degree or if that's my placebo. Because I do experience placebo very strongly, and so if I believe that this is bad for me, it might as well, my body will simply let me know that, yep, this is too bad for me. I gotta stop living now. And so yeah, it sometimes does feel like maybe this is not very healthy for me to breathe in. But oh well, I bet there are chemicals that are way worse, that require ventilation at all times. Probably. I can assume with some level of confidence that that is correct, or that could be correct, because some things simply work so well that you would rather have a window open while you're making it than to use something else. I certainly believe. Because if it's like, oh, this can bend and this can, it's soft when it hardens, or like it's soft when it cures, and it's cheap, maybe not cheap, but it works very well, then it might not really need to be. I don't know what I'm saying anymore. What am I even talking about? Yeah, I at least feel like art is a lot of guesswork. It's like, okay, could this work? Maybe, let's give it a try. And then doing that a whole bunch of times until I suddenly stumble upon some answer that seems to work fine, but could very well not be fine. And then I try it, and then I fuck up, and then I'm like, okay, was this because I suck, or was that because I did it incorrectly, or like didn't do it effectively enough? And yeah, there that's when the trying it again comes into play. Like, just because I try something once does not mean that it does not work. And yeah, that is a very nice thing that I've learned, I feel. Because if I did not know about that, I would certainly... I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. What am I actually saying? Like, what substance does my speech have right now? I don't know. Okay, if I do it kind of like this, I could give her a booty cheek there, and then a booty cheek here, and then I could shape this somehow, and then yeah, like that could probably work. So if I get you to go, like if I do that, and then I glue this part in here, and I also try not to use too much glue because it will ooze out and it could make it look icky or whatnot. But too little glue and it won't hold very well. So there's a balance. What? A balance in the force, young Skywalker. Or whatever, I don't know. Young fuck you guy or whatever. Oh. Yeah, and if I let go too quickly, it will actually open up. Oh, I guess my hands are out of focus. Yeah, and then to open the thing, you can heat up the glue again with the tip of the glue gun. That usually works, at least. But it could leave some icky grossness on the sponge, or it could deform the sponge and make it look yuck. But that is another one of those learning things. Yeah, here you can see the booty cheek did not really end up the way I wanted it to. I wanted to be more like that, maybe a little bit more, but I don't know. I can probably forget that because when the fabric comes on, it will probably jot out somewhat. But now I will do the same on the other side again. Just make it roughly, because I need to relearn how to do all of this, and so spending a month on one character in the beginning stage is not really that efficient for my time. And it's not really that fun either. It's fun in the beginning, like, oh yeah, I'm making it good and nice again, I'm making good progress and whatnot, but then when I come to realize, like, oh shit, I haven't really done anything. I've been making this one thing and I've not really been making much. I've been sitting here and contemplating what to do next. And then I don't really proceed. But this is quite nice. Like, I tried recording, like I have hours of content of the failed stop motion skeleton puppet, but I can't be bothered to edit it because there is no end. There is simply just a puppet that I did not want to spend even more time with, and so I stopped working on it. And yeah, that's not very easy to make a video out of. especially not a good video. I could probably make a video, but it would not have like a proper end, probably. It will also get tighter when the skin comes on, the fabric skin. So it will possibly be holding some parts in, whereas now it might seem like they're not holding that much. These hips might actually be too wide for the skeleton to be that wide or whatever. So that's nice about how flexible this skeleton is. I can literally pinch it in, and then I can find, because it is kind of like looking from all sides. I might have a slight benefit to someone else who might try to get into this by the fact that I have a lot of Blender experience, like models, 3D models. And so doing this with sponge in real life, having it in my hands might not really be that different. Like the same concept. And so if you're trying to get into this and it seems like, what, how did he progress so fast? It's not that I progress fast, it's that I've done all of this before in a different medium. What? You can learn one thing while doing another thing? No way, what? So you don't have to learn everything in the one thing? What? That's crazy new theory. That can't be possible. That sounds too good to be true, and therefore it must be, right? Yeah. Okay, since she is a bunny, she can have pretty juicy, plump thighs. I'm just trying to see where do I go from here. And this is the part that usually takes a lot of time. Oh, that went so... Oh, that cough was so intense that it made my left ear go... It's still ringing. Oh, yikes. Am I good? There, it stopped ringing, but it still feels like there is something inside my ear now. Oh well. Gotta do, the show must go, the show must go on, right? Even when sickness. Yes, that is true. Cannot take a break, cause I am a streamer now. I must mentally drain myself and make myself ill mentally, because that's the streamer way. How to become content creator. Say fuck you to your mental health, and then just don't think about it for a while, and it won't be a problem, right? Yeah, that's how it works. How else would people be capable of constantly making these things for years? Gotta sacrifice one thing, or some things, or else you won't do anything. Certainly, that's the moral of the story. Wanna become something? Well, sucks to be you, because you gotta sacrifice your well-being, certainly. That's what all my favorite content creators have taught me. If I wanna be able to get somewhere, I gotta say goodbye to being a human. And I gotta become Detroit. Become Detroit? No, Detroit become human. Detroit become AI. Because if you're gonna become that, if you want to become anything, and you're not ultra productive, you will certainly not be able to do it at all, and so you should give up right now, because there's no point. Because AI is taking all the art jobs. AI will be here for the next 7 billion years, and so you better incorporate it into all of your artworks, all of your workflows. Because if you don't, someone else will get your job and will get it done much sooner, and you will not get any people to buy your stuff because you're too slow, and that means that you're bad, and that means that you can't sustain yourself and stuff. So yeah, overall, AI, so must it, very necessary, definitively. I would not be able to put my fingers around this thing if it wasn't for ChatGPT or whatnot. Certainly. That's the truth. And we all know it to be the truth. I could do it like this, but then it wouldn't really be very nice, maybe. Okay, I could do this. Could push it up a little bit and then have like very plump thighs. Sehr plumpish. Sehr plumpish indeed. Yeah, you know what? I'm thinking about that. That could probably work. Because then I could maybe do that. Yeah. Okay, so that's wrapping around like that. Wait, no. What did I do? I wrap it. Yeah. No. Yeah. I wrap it around like this. But then I push it up a bit. So that she actually does have thick thigh. Yeah. Okay. And then do it behind the thing first. And then all the way around it. And then I can squeeze this in. Now, I don't really go for realistic proportions, because realistic proportions kind of boring when you have the possibility to do anything. So yeah, that's also one of the justifications for me to not expand my knowledge of anatomy. Because why would I need anatomy when I can do whatever? Because that's the thing. Like with art, you don't have to make humans look humanoid. You can expand upon the concept of what is a human. Like what even is a human in. Like, yeah, we can. As an artist, we can do anything. So if you want to make humans with, or humanoid characters with humongous tits, there's not really anything stopping you. Other than, of course, if you are ashamed of that. But that's a different thing. Then we this side. Again, it does not need to be symmetrical, because this will probably not really... Well, I won't be selling these things, so it doesn't really matter what anyone else thinks of these. Or at least if I do sell these, I'm probably very desperate for money. Or I might have recognized, like, oh, if I don't sell some of my stuff, how do I get to make more? I don't know. I kind of... It's not that I think that all of my creations are amazing and I want to keep all of them because of that. It's more like I want to see how far I've actually come over the days, throughout the years. Like, what was I actually capable of before, and what am I capable of now? That's kind of why I keep all of my stuff, and why I feel so not fine with selling stuff. So my goal is to, rather than earn money of selling my things directly, I would rather want to earn money from showing the process. I would rather people see what I'm capable of than to sell and not be able to see what I'm capable of myself when I feel like I have lost my capabilities and stuff. Because that is something that usually tends to happen every now and then. Like, I will forget entirely about what I'm actually capable of. And so I would be like, wait, am I actually capable of things? And then I feel bad because I'm like, oh, I don't know what I'm good at. Why do I suck at everything I touch? Over the recently though, I've realized, like, oh yeah, I can actually do so many more things than I think I can, because I keep getting into new things and I'm like, whoa, I can actually do these things. And then my intuition grows as an artist, and then I'm capable of so many more things than I recognized. That's a very nice feeling. But it used to be like, I don't know what I'm good at. I don't know how I'm going to be beneficial to society at all whatsoever. But now I kind of have found my space of contribution. It's not just making these things, but trying to help people learn. Like, giving people inspiration and giving people encouragement to trying stuff. Because it can be very daunting to try something when you see someone who's very amazing at something, and then you try to replicate it and yours look horrible. Like, why am I not capable of doing the thing that they are good at? Why, they did the one video, I watched that video, why am I not as good as them? And then, like, they won't recognize that, like, oh yeah, it's not because I just suck, it's because I don't have the same amount of dedication to that thing yet. However, when that dedication comes, when that dedication gets put into a craft, then that same level might be achieved. Of course, that is depending on factors, other factors that I don't know. But yeah, helping people figure out why they don't progress is kind of what I've figured out is my way of contributing to people learning stuff. Because it's easy to go like, oh, I'm not good at this, therefore I can't learn it. I'm not good, therefore I'm never going to be good. Or I'm not good now, therefore I cannot be good later. Because I've never seen myself learn one of these things. And so I don't have I don't believe I can do it, and therefore I don't trust myself. And that lack of trust in oneself is very easy to learn, to have for oneself. And it can be very difficult to get rid of that mindset of like, oh, I'm bad, therefore I can't learn these things. And yeah, hopefully I can actually help people get through that. So far I haven't really been able to do that. Maybe. Have I? I don't think so. But yeah. So you see how long that took to just attach these two? That's how it takes a while to do this. Because it's like, oh, where do I attach these things? But after a while I will discover, if I do this consistently, I will learn methods that work and methods that don't work. And so after a while I will piece together methods, and then eventually I will have something that kind of works. Okay, what am I doing now? I could be doing the calves. I want something that like kind of puffs out again, because I really like calves. I don't know what it is, but something about calf muscles just really appealing to me. I think it is like the waviness of the legs, because legs are very appealing to me, and so it's yeah, I don't know why. Maybe the curves. It's the curves, man. Okay. And so to make that curviness, I don't know what I'm gonna need to do, but I could try and like attach that there, and then wait, no, I would need to do something like this maybe. How would I do that? I could maybe do it like this too. Get one long piece that could connect all the way up here. Maybe like there, and then I could have you going like that, and then like this. That could work, probably, maybe, possibly. If I... That doesn't really give that puffiness, or that curve, because it's the curve in there and then the curve out here. I think that might make it appealing to me. I don't know, so I'm just gonna do this first, maybe. Make this. I could attach it to there and then fold it back in and whatnot to make round-ish thighs. Then I could connect them on both sides, there and down there, maybe. But then I don't really need this as long as it is, so then I could maybe cut it at around here. And the same, I should probably do this. It is not very good necessarily to use the other one as a base, or like to base off the calculations, because they will be asymmetrical. So then it won't really match up necessarily, but we can see if that actually makes a difference or not for this point. Right. Oh yeah, I should probably do it like this. Okay, and then this one could go onto this. Yeah, this is the one that I actually like the most, I think, because I don't know, to be honest. But I will just try and squeeze this around to see. Yeah, because then I can glue it on like this. And like glue it up in there. And on the underside, like this. Yeah. Okay, so I will then do that first. Glue you in place. Also, with these things, if you follow your gut and your gut seems to be wrong or seems to end up incorrect, that can indicate that you might not understand these things all too well, and then working on your understanding of it can sometimes improve the outcomes a whole lot. But it could also be simply a lack of repetition or a lack of yeah, maybe repetition. I don't know. I could wrap it around itself. to go in there. That way I would be able to have nice silhouette maybe. But before I do that, I'm gonna start gluing this on so I don't forget how that one was put on. Because that has sometimes happened, and it's quite frustrating because I think I know what I'm doing, and then it's like, oh yeah, it works, and then I have to try and figure it out again for the other side. And that's sometimes very, very sad, because then it ends up not being as good, and I'm just sitting there like, oh no, why didn't I do it at the same time? Why didn't I fully commit? And I think that could be a result of not trusting the process. And so by repeating this more times and getting familiar with everything could maybe make it easier. And now I might have already fricked it up, because if I add too much or too little, or if I heat up the sponge itself too much, it can deform a bit. And I wanted to follow the curve of the actual thing while also being nice. I don't know, I want to have it flush with the thing as well. I guess this is also an ASMR stream, because I'm talking so quietly into the into the microphone. Yeah, I'm gonna let it sit for a bit before starting to twist it, because if I don't let the glue dry very well, it can certainly just fall off, or it can loosen the bond and then make it silly goofy. But it shouldn't take all that much time. But yeah, right here it kind of has already split to some degree, so hopefully that becomes nice. Here it's become pinched a bit, so I've gone kind of like this, and it's pinched, and that can leave a little bit of an icky result sometime. What is the time now? Oh, it's only 12. Yeah, nice. I'm gonna go piss. had a drawer open. Okay. Okay. I've now got myself a cup of nuts. And yeah, the glue is now pretty hard. And it seems like it's not gonna be very easy to reroute it. I can probably open the glue. Yeah. Oh. Yep, it's important not to pull so hard on it that it breaks, because sponge is apparently not as resilient as I might think, or as you might think, or whatever. But it's not so delicate that it's like falls apart as soon as you touch it. Or if that is the sponge you have, then I don't know if you have the same kind of sponge as me. Or just a very old, crusty, and disgusting thing. Or maybe, I don't know, maybe it could be a different kind of sponge. There are so many kinds of sponge. You would think I might have you might think that I would know that, but even though I've been through going to different store and buying like a lot of different kinds of things, sponge, I tend to buy only kitchen sponge, because those I know are safe to handle, at least. Because I don't want no sponge that like toxic or whatever. Like with a car sponge. These are actually car sponges, so I don't know. Yeah, I guess that's one thing. But yeah, I can make this sponge go like that, I guess. And then I could glue. I could also do it like that, and then glue all of these. And then maybe it would, I don't know. Yeah. At least the kind of art that I make is a lot of guesswork, because that's what I find most satisfying to do. Like, I don't care about making something pretty. I care more about understanding how to make it nice and stuff. The prettiness comes when I've understood it, when I've learned to understand what I'm doing. But until I've understood what I'm actually doing, that pretty result is not really something I'm after. Because wanting to make something pretty is one thing. Being able to create something that is pretty, is kind of a different thing. So it can sometimes feel a little defeating when wanting to make something pretty and then I can't. Or my expectations are too high or whatever. Like in those instances, it can suck. and that can take a lot of the fun out of the project. Like if I expect myself to be pretty good, or if I expect pretty result and I can't actually perform that, then that kind of makes me feel defeated. So that's why I try not to go for pretty looking stuff, whereas I rather go for understanding, trying and understand stuff. Because when I understand things, it's easier to make something look pretty, because then I have more control over the thing that I'm actually doing. Whereas if I don't understand it and I'm only trying to make something that looks pretty, then it's very difficult to get. I'm not focusing on what I'm saying right now. I don't need the glasses now, I think, because I've now gotten the steel stuff kind of finished. This is also the time when it would be very necessary, probably, because it could get me out of nowhere. Like the damage could come suddenly. And I wouldn't expect it. At least not as much. And so it might actually do more damage. Okay, I'm going to be undoing these now, because I want to get some more space. And then tie you back in so that I don't frick myself over. Yeah, I can do this. I guess I could glue it along here first, so that I have the length down or whatnot. Weld these two together. Yeah, I did way too much glue. Well, this side as well. This time with less glue to see if that works better. Maybe it doesn't hold as well, maybe it holds better. This is what I found. This is what I find out when I'm doing it. Like, I could probably look up some guide to figure out like what to do. How do I do this correctly? How do I make it pretty? Or I could figure those things out on my own, and that gives me purpose in actually doing it. Because, like, why would I do this if I could get someone to tell me how to do it instead? And if I were satisfied with getting someone else to tell me how to do it, why would I even do it in the first place? Why not just buy like a sculpture from someone else? Why would I go through the trouble of making it? But then again, we do all have different things that we enjoy, I guess. It's like coloring books for adults. Like, that's popular. People like that. And those people don't seem to need to do the drawing step, because that's not what they're into, right? They want to do the coloring, and I guess that is valid. Like, why would it not be fine? Because that can be more of a relaxing, like, oh yeah, zen out. But that is the same for like drawing in itself. Like, if you like drawing, you can zen out while doing it. Whereas if you really dislike drawing, you might not be able to zen out while drawing. And so for those people, it might seem, or it might be way more logical to simply get a coloring book if making the colors look nice is, because art in general is very satisfying when taking it at one's own pace and whatnot. Like, doing purely coloring books, for my sake, I think I would get a little bit bored, because there's no thinking of, like, well, there is thinking in that, but it's a different kind of thinking. Is it though? I don't know. I don't think there's that much difference between what I'm doing and what, like, a coloring book is. Because now that I'm thinking about it, it doesn't really look that different. It's like, I could make the sponge from scratch, right? But that wouldn't really make a big difference. And the same with if I were to use the skeletons. I could design the like the stop motion skeletons. I could design those myself and then machine them out. So I guess it is essentially the same. Like I could make the steel wire if I wanted to, but why would I make it? It doesn't matter to me if I buy or make the steel wire. So I think I do understand the mentality of like drawing in a or coloring in a coloring book versus drawing a drawing and then coloring it. Like why spend time doing the thing that you don't see that much value in when you can skip over that step? But of course, it could be like cooler when someone is able to create. It might be more impressive when someone is able to create a drawing from scratch and is able to color it in. But I don't know. I don't really think, or I don't really care about impressing as much as or impressing others as I am about impressing myself. Like if I'm impressed at what I'm capable of, I am satisfied essentially. A lot of the time at least. There are of course times when I'm like, ooh guys, look at this, I've made this thing, and then I want others to also share my appreciation for whatever I've made. But a lot of the time it's mostly for me essentially, is what I'm saying. I make art not for others but for myself, and that's why that's one of the reasons for why I'm so interested in making things from scratch, essentially. Like making not just the character like out of sponge, but also make the design, even though the design itself is not that great. It is very nice to look back on and like, oh yeah, I actually made the design for this. Well, the reference that I made is not really a design, it's more like a rough idea put on a page. But what is a design if it's not an idea put on a page or whatever? Yeah. Every now and then I do wonder if like these streams will ever be watched, like if anyone will ever find them. Like what if I just kind of give up and then never get to where I want to be? Because what if I realize like, oh shit, maybe I don't become like well known and can't go outside without, well, yeah, maybe. I don't know. I feel like that is ironically the simplest way for me to be able to do art long term. Because I don't want to sell my individual artworks. I don't want to work commission stuff. And so being able to earn money of like essentially documenting my art and my processes and stuff seems like the easiest way for me to actually earn money and make it a sustainable thing. Whereas having a 9 to 5 does not seem very sustainable to me, because I would get burnt out very quickly. At least if I were to work full time. because being in or at a workplace takes quite a lot of mental power from me. Like I don't know, I get very easily overstressed, and when that happens, I lose very much of my capabilities as a human being, and that's not very fun. Because I feel like I'm just wasted space, and so I lose even more like capabilities. Because I'm like, oh no, I'm just wasted space. I shouldn't even be here. And then, yeah. And then now I can get. Yeah, I don't like this, but it could be fine. It might be fine. Okay, I'm going to be making. Yeah, how would I do this? Thinking of making it like that, and then wrapping it around here again. And so if I were to make it so that it leaves like a triangle, that could maybe be nice. So I'm just gonna straighten it up. That was so straight, yeah. Then I can give it a little bit of a trim. Yeah, I tend to end up with a lot of sponge all over me when I've done all of these things, so I might start having sponge all over me or all over myself soon. Because I haven't miraculously. Well, today I started with this today. Started with the sponges today, so that is why I haven't had any sponge on me so far, probably. So yeah, now I'm making the gooch. Trying to do it at least. Does not need to be all that well made. I just kind of like the look of like when it's plump, when it kind of looks little bulgy, if that makes any sense. I don't know. Somehow that dopaminifies in my brain. It's like, yo, lump. Whereas when it's just flat, it kind of just like, oh, okay. As long as it doesn't come off as a bulge, essentially. Like a straight up bulge. Yeah, I can probably start gluing it into place. Leap of faith. Whoa, this is a John Locke episode. Hopefully this is close enough to see the full action. And then I bend it inwards a little bit. Like into the gouache. Oh, I didn't let it dry, or didn't let it solidify enough. Well, that hopefully doesn't make a big problem. I'm thinking maybe either one of these or another one for the tail. Yeah, it's probably going to need to be a little bit bigger. Yeah. Because I have some bigger dots. I bought some raw peanuts not too long ago. And they're kind of nice, but they also kind of taste like newly cut grass smell. So I like that smell, but on peanuts it kind of it's not that good. However, I bought them, and so now I'm gonna have to eat them. Is at least my idea. Is at least my thought of that, I guess. No, that might be a bit much. So I'm gonna spread it out. Huge, fat schlong. Heck yeah. That's what we like to see, definitely. Certainly, sir. Certainly, madame. And then, What if I just make a huge, just throbbing vag? I haven't made like a huge schlong character before. So maybe this is... Nah, I don't think so. Not right now, at least. Not on camera. That's for the nighttime viewers. And then I'm gonna cut this like here maybe, and then I'm gonna be tucking this in like this maybe. Yeah. Whatever kind of anatomy this is, it is correct because I'm making it. And I'm deciding that this is correct. Whatever species this is just what it is. If it looks humanoid, then that's pattern recognition for us. It's not that they are humanoid, they are simply their own thing. And the human body can be improved, guys. Thinking outside the box here. Not coping for my lack of understanding of anatomy. Certainly not. That would be so different. It would be very different. It's fucking fine. Yeah, this certainly does not look like whatever I was trying to make it look like. Oh well. There goes the not understanding things. This is what happens when you don't understand. And it's not negative to not understand. It's not like, oh, you're a bad person if you don't understand these things. It's mostly like, if you don't understand these things, you won't know how to control them as well. But sometimes it can be charming when it looks a little icky. Or not icky, but like not so amazing. Because when it looks amazing, it's like, wow, cool, I could never make that. And so it's like kind of demotivating to see that in some case, to some people maybe. But when it looks half-assed, like, oh, that seems so fun to do, and then it's like, oh, I want to try that, and then they give it a go, and like, oh, yo, this is so fun, or like, I don't know, maybe it's still just like, oh, I could never make that. I don't know. I want to make stuff that does not make people go like, oh, I could never. I want to make a lot of things where people go like, oh, I could make something like that. And then they go ahead and try and they're like, yo. Okay. It's something. I don't know. It works. It works. It works. Then maybe I'll just start to glue these parts together. Somehow. Oh yeah, that's so well thought through. Yeah. You see, sometimes it's fine if everything goes like hell. Like, it's not about the end result. If it's only about the end result, then you're not enjoying it. If you're not enjoying it, why not? Why are you not enjoying the thing? Maybe because it's the only, like maybe it's because this pays your bill, or like if you don't perform, you won't be loved ever, and whatnot, whatever your brain convinces you of. I don't know what people think. Sometimes I claim to have some understanding, but it's all essentially just guessing. Well, it is educated guesses. It's kind of like, I've gone through similar thing, therefore if I felt this way when that happened, maybe they also feel that way when this happened. And then it doesn't, and then like, oh, okay, well, I have no clue now. And then it's just, I don't know. Yeah, also not be very careful, but, well, maybe, yeah, it's possible for them to just snap. Kind of like if you bend a spoon back and forth, suddenly it just falls apart. And that's one of the reasons for why I wanted to do stop motion with the stop motion skeletons. Because they don't snap. One thing I did come to realize is that instead of snapping, they get loose, and so you have to go and rip it apart. And oh, why am I so tired feeling? I think I'm gonna open a window. Oh. Oh wait, no, water. No, I drank water before I came. Also, I got a little scratch there. That's to show how sharp the end of those things are. I don't know how forcible. Why did I eat right before? Okay. They sharp. Yeah. They are sharp. Look here, guys. Yeah, I think oxygen is very important when sitting still and working on art things. Like, a lot of the time when I don't have fresh oxygen in a while sitting like in a room, my brain gets so tired and I just feel like sleeping. And what I've found to work better than just going for a nap is sometimes opening a window, or getting myself some food, which could be the thing that I'm now feeling. I could be hungry, but it's easier to open a window and like let some air in than to go down and get my lunch. Because today I woke up quite early. I woke up at 6 instead of like 8 or 9. And then I tidied my setup a little bit. So I've got all of my cameras and all of my lenses up here now. So I don't need to run back and forth or up and down the stairs. Now I have everything that I would need for whatever upstairs. Right in this room or the room behind me. So that's quite nice. Okay. Yeah, I could give it like a little bit more of a thing. Like a triangle thing. That could be appealing. How would I do that though? Maybe put it back here again and then gluing that and then putting it forward like this and then gluing it on like that. I don't know. Again, I don't know. I'm figuring it out. And I hope this shows how I'm just kind of brute forcing my way in some way. Because I don't believe there is a right or a wrong way to do this. Well, I keep saying that. What? No way. That must mean that I believe it somehow. What? No. That doesn't make any sense. There's always a right and wrong answer. If it's not yes, then it's no. Can't be anything else. Has to be either yes or no. Because if it's not either of those, it can't be anything. That's what I've learned from people on the internet especially. Yep. A lot of people will believe that the answers are out there and you should look for them. And if you don't know the answer, you're stupid. And if you're stupid, you're worthless and whatnot. But I think those people who believe that if you don't know something and that makes you stupid, and being stupid means that you're worthless, I think those people are projecting their own insecurities onto others. Because I don't believe not knowing something means that you're necessarily stupid. But being stupid could mean that you don't know about the things, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you're dumb for not knowing something that's considered basic knowledge in something. So yeah, what I'm saying is that people who call other people stupid are usually seem to be stupid themselves and have a need to not be stupid because they view stupidity as a negative, like a really negative and like bad trait to have, and like they feel useless because of that or whatever. That's at least how those people make themselves look like to me. Whether or not that is actually what is true, I don't know. That's not really what I'm worried about. Like, I don't care if I understand them perfectly or not. That's essentially more how I see them. Like, yeah, you call other people stupid. Well, that seems like you are stupid and can't take it. Thank you, glue gun. Very cool. Yeah, maybe it's a little bit too big, but frick it. A big buzzozy never hurt anyone, right? I mean, it is kind of like over-exaggerating the anatomy either way, so it's not the problem, nonetheless. However, it might not be as appealing from the different. It's shaped very. Yeah, it's. It does have a little like skibbity wrist. What? Wow. Oh well, now we have that. It attaches itself to nails so easily. Okay. Sure that, yeah, fuck it, that's fine. Okay, I don't have to be 100% satisfied because it's not finished. I can be 3% satisfied. And that would be completely justified. Neck or shoulder, or both kind of. I'm just gonna do this to see if that might help the shape or what. Oh well. Okay. I mean, I guess I could also I guess I could like give this character rib cage. How would I do this? How would I do this? trust the process. Okay. Now it's time for the arms, essentially. Maybe. I could also be doing the lower leg. But I kinda maybe wanna not do that right now. Ooh, I could maybe give could maybe give like kneecaps, because I rarely understand how to make knees. Because I essentially don't understand knees. If I did, I probably wouldn't have that much issue with knees. This could be nice. Wouldn't it be nice? So I guess I could be making a zakne. Yeah, I'm gonna just go with my gut here. Just give a little bit in the center to get it attached. Of course, the placement is very like proportionality wise, this might be too high up, but it could also just work. Okay, well, here you can see the difference. Here you can see the difference of like when I eyeball it. It doesn't need to be exact at all. Yeah, it doesn't have that roundness look that I wanted, but oh well, it can be it can be fine. The cloth might add some roundness. Who knows? Yeah, each time I make one of these, I make them quite different from every other time. Because I frankly don't remember how I made them last time. So I essentially figure this out from scratch each time. And that's not very good for having a consistent workflow and making a lot of these. However, it allows me to not get stuck with one workflow that might not even be that great. Because even though I do something a lot of like many times, does not mean that it will become better over time. Like I could do something in a way that it actually becomes worse and worse over time because I might be doing it poorly or whatever. Because when I'm just copying something, I'm not thinking, right? It's different between copying an answer and thinking out the problem from scratch. Like there is way more happening in the brain when you're figuring out a math problem or math equation than when you just look at the answer and write that down. And that's essentially what I'm trying to do. And that's the same thing as when following a tutorial. It's kind of like getting the answer for the math equation. And so you won't necessarily learn how to get the answer if you don't remember the what the answer was. Like if you don't understand why the answer is the answer, then it will be difficult to remember that, or it can be difficult to remember it, and so you might forget it, and then you might need to learn, or you might need to watch the same tutorial over and over again to refresh that information, because you don't actually understand the information, you only remember the information. So if you're tired of watching tutorials because you need to go back all the time whenever you're trying to do something, I really recommend going away from tutorials for a while and trying to learn by pure doing, and then failing, and then looking at why you're failing, because that gives the actual understanding, as far as I know it, at least. Like, I don't learn if I don't fail. If everything goes as smoothly as possible, I don't learn. And so that's why doing things incorrectly can actually be more beneficial than doing it correctly from the start. Because when I do things incorrectly, I can figure out why they're done the certain way that they're done, and why not a different way. And then sometimes I can actually figure out that, oh, people seem to think that that's the way that things should be going, but it could actually go this way too. And then I do that, and then someone are like, oh, how did he do that? How can he be doing this? And then I'm just like, I'm doing it because it's possible. It was always possible, but you didn't seem to check because you didn't have the same motivations as me, and therefore it's not that it's impossible for everyone else, it's that I have different motivations, or like different reasons for doing the thing, and therefore I might end up with a different result. Okay, now I will attach this thing so that I'm sort of on the same page. And again, the alignment does not really matter. It can be centered, it does not need to be. Yeah, because the thing is that, like, yeah, it might seem like it would have a big impact on the overall character if, like, certain areas are perfect, or if they're well done, but sometimes that doesn't really make a difference if the entire model is not as good, essentially, like all over it. If it's very good in one spot but not consistently good, if it's like one place is very very swag, very well done, and the place right next to it is not very well done, then it won't necessarily look any better for like from the it averages itself out. So if you have some really bad parts and some really good parts, it averages down to meh all over, is how I think of it. And that's why when I make things that involve several types of art, like several fields of art, like for example if I'm making a music video, music animation or whatever, I try to make everything equal quality. So if my animation skills suck, I don't make a very like super banger video, no music to go alongside it. I make a shitty song so that it actually averages out to something that actually feels nice, rather than something that looks nice or sounds nice but looks bad. Instead, it's like something that feels cohesive or whatever. But to each their own, I guess. Also, I do believe that some people, or the people who are very much like, oh, I don't do art, like they dislike the thought of it. I do believe that some of the people who are against like making art themselves might not understand the appeal, because of course they don't have to enjoy making art, but it's like some people seem to think that art is like the skill is the art. If you're more skilled than someone else, you're a better artist than someone else. But I don't believe that. I don't. I don't go by that belief. At least I believe that there is no like better or worse artist. Like you could say that like this one person has cooler artworks, or I think that this artist has more skill, but that doesn't mean that that artist is better than the other artist, in my opinion, at least. Yeah. And so, being not very capable at making something does not mean that you can't make things. But then again, I don't know. I'm just some guy in a room broadcasting to literally 0 people right now. I think, at least. So what do I know? Am I right? Why would I know anything about this? I am not famous artist right now, therefore I cannot have a point. I need to become very famous before people recognize that the things that I'm saying might actually have some meaning behind them. Or like, yeah, I don't know. I feel like art, like the stuff that I'm doing now, is not very easy to kind of like relate to for people who don't know art. Like, if you see a movie, like it's pretty cool. Like, oh yeah, that's a cool movie. Or like, oh, that's a bad movie. But the actual work that goes into making that movie, if it's good or bad, it's quite a lot. And a lot of people can't or have a hard time recognizing that. Like the how much work actually is put into whatever they're watching or whatever they're yeah, but like there's so much going into a lot of the things that we observe and or look at and stuff, that is like we don't we don't appreciate it. Is essentially what I'm going after or chipping at. And then like one way people can appreciate like when people don't understand filmmaking and stuff, one way to see, or one way to have them understand if a movie is good or not, other than like what they feel at the end, you can bring in metrics of like, oh, this was watched by so and so many people, and like this earned that much money, and like through the, because people might recognize how much money, like they might understand, oh shit, $1 million is a lot of money, or like $100 million, what, that's so much money, and then equate that to the success of the movie that they watched, and then they might be like, yo, that's such a good movie. But I don't know, that could be me, I don't know. But what I'm essentially saying is that people, or a lot of people, won't recognize like, oh shit, this is actually worth my time or whatever, until it's like, oh shit, this person earns how much per year, or like how much do they earn per artwork or whatever, and like, whoa, that's cool. What am I saying? I don't know. So essentially, essentially, for people to like, if I were to someday get really famous and very rich of my art somehow, people would then be like, yo, he did have something valuable, like, oh, he actually is good or whatever. Because like money is something that is kind of universal, you know, so it's like, it's easier for people to understand the concept because they're already probably familiar with money as a concept, whereas lighting and color grading and like how to actually make a movie or how to make an artwork or whatever, that's kind of like, what the hell, what, how do they do that? Yeah, I don't know. That's kind of just it. Well, the way I said it was kind of nonsensical because it didn't really make sense. It was kind of like a thought in the back of my brain, so it doesn't really make any sense. Like, to be fair, it doesn't really make a sense. Okay, there we go. And then we can make leg. I'm thinking down to here, could be the feet maybe. Bunny feet, I guess. They could also be digit grade. Yeah, long legs. Then I will make this part a little shorter to make it a lot cooler of a thing, I guess. Then also this shorter. And then like that, and then maybe inwards a little bit. So then we have arms like that, and then, yeah, very disproportionate body, but oh well, we are artists here. We don't need to follow the rule of nature. We can create our own nature. Nature is whatever I want it to be. And this could probably fill in those gaps here. Yeah, that's like the best part about like being an artist, is that I don't need to confront reality. I can turn reality into my own vision. If I don't like something, I can just make it so I like it. Refute reality, become one with fantasy. Yeah, that could work. This, maybe. Do I have an equally long one? Or do I have to, like, do... yeah, fuck it. This can probably work too. Hopefully. Just gonna double check that this also works. Now, of course, this does not need to be there, but I kind of want it. And then I can connect it slowly. This might also just not be worth it, so all of the time that I'm spending on making this fit could be time that I could spend on like making the rest of the figurine. But I do kind of enjoy this area because dopamine and stuff from just making it. What? Because of funny shapes. Brain go. But yeah, I will continue to justify not learning anatomy by saying that it's pointless in my situation, whereas it's not really pointless. It's not really pointless at all. It can certainly help me, and the only reason or most of the reason for why I don't learn anatomy is because I'm stubborn and feel kind of overwhelmed by it. So, I don't know, man. I don't know at all. But yeah, there are a lot of things to learn. So, if I spend many years learning, that doesn't really make any difference, or it doesn't mean it. It's fine, is what I'm trying to say. Because I don't need to learn everything all at once. I can learn things slowly over my lifetime, because then I will have stuff to do when I get older. Whereas I wouldn't want to have nothing to do when I get older, right? But there is essentially infinite amount of things that a human can learn, so I will be able to learn many things. And as long as I keep learning things and keep believing that I can learn new things, I hopefully won't run into the same problem that I see a lot of people, like older people, believe that they simply cannot learn anymore because they're too old. And I don't believe that, because I see other people also using that excuse, and they're not old. They are, I don't know, like, oh, if I learned how to play the violin when I was younger, and like, bro, you're like less than 30. You're still hella young. Maybe not violin, but like, oh, I wish I learned this and this when I was younger. Like, bro, you is still young. But I don't know. I can't really change others' opinions about that. I've discovered, like, it's pointless to go like, no, you can actually learn. You just don't need to want it. But it's like, no, I can't do it. But it makes sense, because they have learned that they can't learn. That's what they believe. They need to, or it's easy for me to say what they need to do, but to start learning again, they would likely need to learn that they can learn. They would need to relearn that they are capable of learning. But if they don't look for things to learn, then how would they figure out that they are capable of learning? So rather than to bash people with like, yo, you're capable of learning, you just don't believe in yourself, I've taken it upon myself to not become that way by reminding myself of those people and how infuriating they tend to make me. Because yeah, I tend to feel very like, oh no, you for some reason. I think it is because like I see myself in them, like I see myself in their shoes. Like I also believe that I'm incapable of learning because I saw that myself. Like I tried so many things, tried to get into so many things, and then nothing seemed to actually stick. But what I've figured out afterwards is that it wasn't that nothing stuck. It's that I likely, or I kind of can remember these things. That it's not me being capable of learning or not. It mostly came down to my methods for learning. Like I would do one thing. Like when I was learning piano, I played one song like, over and over and over again, and I switched up the how I would play it, like constantly. And so I would never like my muscle memory would spend like I would need to spend such a long time to build up my muscle memory for each song. And after a while it was like, why would I learn a new song when it takes so long to learn, rather than to like learn to read sheet music, because I thought like, oh, I can't learn that, that's too difficult, I don't want to read, I want to feel the music and flow with that. So I didn't do that. But yeah, I still haven't really gotten into reading sheet music, so I can't really say I'm over that mindset. Definitely I can't say that, because I'm clearly not. But I have at least learned how to navigate around that issue much more now than I used to be able to. But oh well, I will probably never be completely rid of that kind of mentality. Yeah. Right. Yeah, I do kind of want this to have been around up here, but it's fine. Maybe I could even make the skeleton make this like rounder. One incredible thigh gap for sure. Oh well, it can be nice regardless, I guess. And then now for the, you know what, I'm gonna do the arms. I often tend to procrastinate the arms, usually because I'm not I usually don't focus on arms that much. Because they, I don't know, they don't got the same dopamine hit. I gotta piss. Oh yeah. Oh, so nice. Yeah, one of them are certainly thicker than the other. Oh well. More realistic then. Balls. Think I'm gonna put these on after I have put all of the things on. You know what, maybe I will actually glue this. Oh, I should probably not make them get dirty, because these are just plain white, and so they will soak up any form of debris. Well, there we go. Yeah. Oh, I love being sick. It's so fun, guys. Yeah. Arms. Arms. I think the arms can just be long straight bits or whatnot. Like, I don't think I'm gonna need... Well, wouldn't it be fun? Oh yeah, I brought the sculpture with me downstairs yesterday after stream. That's why it's not up here. Ugh. Oh, it was a nice texture on the wall. Ow! My shoulder. Okay, well. Ooh, yeah, I also wanna use or give her a bell. Maybe the huge one. I can actually check how big that would be in comparison. Like, if I gave her... like, maybe on the head. Or I could go with some of these. Like, maybe have a little belt of them. Or, like, have them on her arms. Or hands, I mean. Maybe have them, like, on a belt or whatever. Or one up there. I also have a few different kinds. Oh. Yeah, I also have different colors. Since I'm aiming to make her out of the this black kind of stuff, maybe a silver. No, gold could also be pretty nice. Like, I could do them thighs like this. Just gonna get myself a little reference point as to how this might look when it's all covered up. very, very silhouette. Hourglass silhouette. That might be a little bit too crazy. Yeah, that is maybe way too crazy. But oh well, it's probably fine nonetheless. I don't know that. It's literally just stick. Well, that's a little concerning. Oh well, she is supposed to be quite something else, I guess. Or well, what she's supposed to be is a sculpture of a little thing, but what she will end up as, I have no clue. Even no clue. Even got no clue, indeed. No clue is what I have. Essentially. Okay, so then for the arms. Yeah, I'm because I also have I also have this fabric, which I took out of a pencil case, which I bought, I think, 7 of. And yeah, I could, because this is what I've been using for the other, for that when I used, for when I used these, or when I made the stop motion thingy. And this one would certainly make it way rounder. So it might not be that the fabric or like does not make a difference. It might be that the type of fabric that I used when I made the other one did not do a lot for the character or whatnot. Whereas this might actually, like, yeah, because this might plumpen her up a little bit more. But I did kind of want to go with the black thing. But that could be, instead of the black thing being the body, it could be the clothing for it. Like I could make a little, some clothes for this character that could make it seem like she's not just naked. Oh yeah, because I also kind of want to maybe like make her look like she's got the bondage stuff. What? Crazy. Well, now it won't really do that well, probably, because, oh well, giving her like a harness. This is a very crude harness because, yeah. Ooh, at least they are round on the edge, so I can like make it nice and round and whatnot. There, over the boob and stuff. Now I'm just brainstorming ideas. Maybe something like this. And then maybe around the neck, and then have like a collar, collar, and then attach maybe a bell somewhere. Like either attach a bell up here, or like maybe here, and then whatever. So yeah, this could be interesting. Of course it's, oh wait, did I even show? I don't know, I had it over here. Okay, so, damn, I should, yeah, there we go, my back is hurting now. Okay, now we kind of have, or I kind of have an idea, I guess, whether or not this is if this is an idea I will actually remember is up to something, or is up to fate, I guess, I don't know. Who is it up to? Maybe me in the future? Future Marius. But I have also not made like a black fur type thing, so it could be cute with like black fur as idea I have now. If I make some parts, like for example, if I make the thighs and stuff, maybe this, and then I could have these as like tufts on like the arms, and then there, and then on the down here, like this, and then I could have on the chest and like have puff around the neck and breasts, so it would go like a triangle down between the boobies. Possibly. And then, yeah, maybe. That could be interesting. I could probably draw up some stuff on the old drawing pad thingy. Jolene, Jolene, Jolene. Ha da da ba dee dee da ba da dee da. Jolene, 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 Jolene. Da 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 da. Ba da da ba da da. Ha da da ba dee dee da ba da da. Ba da da da. Ha da ba da. Bambi da ba ba de bo ba da. Ooh. In about 9 days, I will be getting Nitro Premium Nitro, not the basic $3 piece of shice. Yeah, I've kind of been like, oh, I don't need the premium Nitro thingy, because why would I need that? But recently, since I'm creating my own little community, I think it might have some benefit to have more boosts, not because of like cool stuff, but to give like an idea of like, this is a community that actually we care about, and not somewhere where we just like haphazardly, yeah. And that I hope the reviews that we have on the server will also help people believe that we actually care about the community and not just like sucks to be in there. I don't know, because there are a lot of servers I've been in that really suck, and so I don't want to end up repeating those same mistakes. However, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to avoid making those exact same mistakes, because if I don't really understand them, I won't be able to really make a difference. Maybe, I don't know. Jolene, 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 Jolene. Ha da 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 bo dim bo. Jolene, 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 Jolene. Skiddy da da ba doo doo ba dum ba. Be ba bum ba dum be bum ba da. Ba da do ba doo doo ba bum ba. Ba da ba da ba da ba da. Ha da di ba da di ba da da. Be ba doo ba da di bo ba da bo. Yeah, yeah. Bumbo bum bum ba da ba da. Ba dee dee be ba. I think I'm gonna be playing some guitar for a little bit, because I kind of want to take a break from the ads. Yeah, I'm kind of feel like I need a little bit of a break from making character, at least right now. There we go. And then I need to do that. Bottom, 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 bottom. Ha da do ba do do ba da ba. Ba-da, 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 ba-da-da-da-do, ba-ba-do. Ba-da-da-ba-da-dum, ba-da. Ba-dum, 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 ba-ba. Ha-da-da-ba-da-da-do, ba-dum. Okay, so that's a D. It's shaped like a Y on the thing. What if I do it this way? Still a D. Okay. Two and three. What? That's apparently an M. No, it simply does not know how to make that. Okay. A G is 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. And then a C. No. without the... Yeah. That works. Okay, so a D, there we go. A D is actually a V. A D7 is an upside down one. That is... Okay, do you have ways with lyrics and notes? Oh, notes, as in notes, not tones, notes. What? Why is there a hiss? What is the hiss? Oh, it's from that. Did I ruin it when I put a magnet? Are there electric ukuleles? No, that is electric ukulele. There are? Wait, no. There are. Oh. I done with the music. Oh. Yeah, I saw.
Oi da!
Okay. Time for some more puppet making. I am such a good instrument owner. That's why I keep buying more. Because I'm so good at it. I'm so good at being a responsible owner and keeping them in a nice, secure place. I actually got 3 more guitar wall mounts. Because I have soon ukulele. No, I have soon violin. In like 4 to 7 business days. I have 1 ukulele and I have 1 guitar. I have 2 ukuleles, but one of them is literally from the grocery store, and so it sucks. It's not fucking Mother's Day. I don't know if it's Mother's Day anywhere else or if it's like I don't know if it's like everywhere else except for in Norway right now. I don't know. We apparently have it in February, and I'm like, what? Okay. Bum ba dum ba dum bum ba dum bum ba dum bum bum bim bim bum bim bim bum 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 beep ba 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 da ba da ba dum bim bidum ba dum ba do ba ba be ba bum dum ba dum ba dum ba dum. Spaghetti. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, no, I do have Spotify enabled on the audio pickup. bum. Ba 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 da 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 dum. Ba da bow. Bum ba 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 da ba da da bum. Ba ba da ba da ba ba da ba da ba da ba da. Wow. Ba 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 da ba da da bum. Hum bum. Bum ba ba dum bum. Bum ba ba dum bum. Dim beep dim bum. Bum ba ba dum bum. Dim 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 dim. Do 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 do. Bow ba ba da bum. Bum. Bow. Boom. Bow. Boom. Boom. Do. Bow. Bow. Down. Meow. Do. Do. Boom. This music, not specifically this song, Waterfall by Vibe Avenue in the Chicken Horse Racing. But this, like the Chicken Horse Racing soundtrack, is one of the reasons I learned I got into saxophone. Because it was like, oh my god, I want to have more musical instruments to make funnier stuff or more like interesting stuff. Then I was like, okay, what instrument do I want to get? And then I was like, all of them. And then I got cheap versions of everything that I could get my hands on. And then the saxophone, I had this shitty ass plastic saxophone thing, the Nouveau Sax whatever, Nouveau Sax 2 or whatever. And I was like, oh my god, this is so fun to play. Just like messing around with it. It was so fun. So I kept playing it, and then I was like, you know what? This random person on the internet told me to get a real saxophone. And then I got one. Because it was rather expensive. I think it was like $300, euros or whatever. And so it was a fairly sizable investment when I haven't learned a single instrument. And of course the money didn't stop there. The amount of money I needed to use before, like, I don't know, being like playing or whatever. Well, I could play it rather quickly, but like I figured out that, oh, maybe a new mouthpiece would be worth it. And that was like after I had kind of ruined my mouthpiece because I had been biting too hard, and so my mouthpiece was chipped, and so I was playing too well. My teeth fell into the groove. Well, not chipped, it was grooved. It had this groove on the tip or whatever, and that made me have like improper, like it made me fall, it made the mouthpiece fall out of my mouth, or like go forward way too far. And so yeah, that was not very good. But then when I got a new one, it was fine, dandy, and then I started learning things, and I learned things rather quickly, I felt. And then comes the time where everything goes on its head, where it's like, whoa, I've learned so many things. This is so nice. I love this instrument. And then I need to learn things. I need to learn how to learn to play an instrument. And then slowly but surely I lost confidence and lost many things of like trusting myself with an instrument, and then slowly but surely I have stopped playing. No, the reason I stopped playing it was because I was trying desperately to record the saxophone, and I could not record it straight up with my phone in BandLabs because the audio would always be peaking, and I didn't want the audio to be peaking when I made the song. And so I tried buying myself a little audio interface, and a microphone, an XLR microphone, to like interface with my phone, so I could change the gain, because I could not change the gain on my microphone on my phone, and so I was kind of stuck on a very high gain. And so that meant that whenever I recorded a saxophone, it was really, really loud. Way too loud even. And that's not very fun. And in fact, the problems with recording made it so I didn't really have that much of a reason to continue playing, because the reason I got into saxophone, one of the main reasons, was so I could have more interesting instruments to play while making songs, so I could make more interesting sounding songs, or having more fun while making songs. And yeah, when that possibility when I came to a realization that, oh, it's not gonna work, because I kept throwing money at the problem, like, oh yeah, if I get this thing, then it will work. If I buy this thing, then it will work. But then it never worked, and so I was like, oh, I could spend even more money trying to buy a lot of different things that might work, might not work, or I could take a break and then do other things for the moment. And that was maybe the right answer, because a long while afterwards, as I was starting to start streaming, I moved my PC upstairs where I'm now, and now I don't need my phone to make music, because I was recording the saxophone upstairs here, because it would be it's very loud. It's a very loud instrument, and it's very, I don't know, it's not very easy to not hear it. What am I saying? Yeah, it's a very loud instrument, and so I didn't want to like be recording downstairs, because where would my roommate be if I was taking up the entire living room trying to record songs? And so I went upstairs, and since I had my PC downstairs in the living room connected to the TV, I couldn't take with me my PC because it was used for something else. And so when I realized, like, oh, I can actually stream, because I did that in the living room one time, and then I was like, yo, this is actually quite fun. Yeah, this is one of those that really made me want to learn saxophone. But I've learned that just learning any instrument allows me to learn other instruments. So whatever instrument I learn, I will learn how to learn an instrument. So I could spend my time playing the sax, which is a very loud instrument. I could keep playing that and wear myself out each time that I play it. Or I could play a different instrument that vibes more well with me and practice that until I get good at learning an instrument, and then I can go back to saxophone when I understand how to learn an instrument, and then I can learn it way simpler. Because if I'm trying to figure out how to even learn to play an instrument on an instrument that I can't really play without getting kind of overstimulated very quickly, it's not gonna be very easy to learn to play that, or to learn instruments. So that's why that's one of the reasons for why I keep buying new or getting myself more instruments, because I haven't really bought another instrument other than the violin now, because I've found the ukulele was my roommate's. Yeah, it belonged to my roommate, but they didn't use it, and so I got to play around with it, which is quite nice, because then I didn't have to buy my own thing, and that removes a lot of the risk, which could make it more fun, because I'm not obsessed about like, oh, I'm gonna have to spend more money and stuff, because it's like it's a complete thing or whatever. I mean, I could turn this into a bird, but every time I've done that, I somehow seem to fuck it up with the wings and the legs. So I'm not gonna do that today, because I know that it's a, but she's got so long arms, so it could be that I make a bird, and such long legs. Oh no, it looks horrid. It looks absolutely horrid. Oh well. It's not the end of the process, so it's there. I can still say trust the process and just completely ignore the fact that this is, yeah, no, it's amazing. It's amazing, guys. It's so obviously so good. Just focus on the banger music in the background, and you won't tell that this. You won't be able to tell that there's anything wrong with this.
Do.
Boom, boom, dow, ba da boom, ba dow, ba da da ba da ba da ba da ba da ba 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 boo, ba dum. Bum 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 bum. Ba 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 da ba doo ba 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 bum ba bum bum ba dum bum. Dum doo bo ba da boo. Boom. Bow da bow. Bum ba bow dum. Baddly daddly da do. Ba ba dee ba ba bow. Bum bum. Dum bum bum ba dee ba boom bow. Ba ba dee ba doo ba dee boom boom boom. Boom boom ba dum. Bum bum ba dum. Ba dum. Do 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 do. Boom ba dum. Do do do. Boom dum ba dum. Beep 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 beep. Beep beep beep. Ba-da-ba-ba-dum. Ba-dum-bum-ba-dum. Yeah, I essentially want to be able to make or to play pretty much any instrument. Like learn how to do the core components of each instrument, each kind of instrument, like brass instrument. I want to learn how to use the brass instrument mouthpiece. Because when I learned that, it's essentially kind of like playing saxophone. It's like learning the muscle memory, I believe. But it's also the nuanced stuff of like how it differs, how it's not like just saxophoning and whatnot. bum bum ba 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 bow. Brim bim bum 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 bra ba da bow. Bum 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 dim. Ow. Bip dim bim. Bum bum ba dum ba dum ba dim. Habadum ramadum bum ba dum. Yeah. The proportions, certainly something. Also, another reason for why I want to learn like real instruments is because if I am to make music using an instrument, even if it's digital, like programming wise, I will still understand how the instrument is played. And so I can understand that, oh, okay, I can't make a chord using saxophone unless I record it several times, of course. So there is a way to do that, but like I can't make a chord using saxophone. So making saxophone do chords, because I've done that. I remember doing that one time when I was making a song. I was like, ooh, I want something in the background. Yeah, let me make a chord with saxophone sound. What? Do, do, do. Hopefully coffee will be good for my whatever the hex, whatever the fricks. Also, this the chicken horse racing. No, yeah, it's just chicken horse, ultimate chicken horse. That's what it's called. It's not chicken horse racing. Ultimate chicken horse really inspired me with the. Oh no, there's gunk in here now. Oh well, it doesn't matter. Microplastics get into my body either way. Yeah, they really inspired me with the chicken horse. Ultimate Chicken Horse really inspired me to make those 3D characters. The music creaturines, as I tend to call them. Bow. Oh my sniffly, so iffly. Oh, and my back is starting to hurt. Beep, doop, 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 bo, bo, ba, da, bum. Bow, bow, ba da ba dum. Ba 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 bow, ba da ba dow. Ba dum ba 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 dum. Ba da ba boo. Ba do ba dum. Bow, 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 ba da ba 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 dum. Do do ba da ba dum. Down, boo ba da bow. Bow, bow, dow. Bum, 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 bow. Dum, bum. Bum 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 ba da bum 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 bow boom ba bow ba da dum bum bum boom bow ba ba bum 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 beep beep boo ba ba da ba do bum beep boo ba dum ba bum ba dum dee beep boo ba dum boo bow ba dum ba dum ba Ba-da-ba-ba-dum-bum. Ba-ba-doop-beep-boop-de-ba-bum. Ba-ba-da-ba-dum-bum. Ba-ba-da-ba-bow. Bum-bum-bum. Ba-da-bum-bum-bum-bow. Bum-ba-bow. Ba-dum-bum. Bum-bow. Ba-dow. Bow-bow. Bum-bow. Ba-dum-ba-dow. Ba-dow. Ba-bum. Bo-bum. Ba-dum. Bo-bum. Ba-bum. Da-ba-ba-ba-ba-dow. Ba-dum. Ba-dum. Do-bum. Ba-dum. Ba-dum. Do-dum. Ba-da-da-ba-ba-dow. Meow. Ba-da-ba-bum-bum-bum. Dip-boop-ba-ba-dow. Bum-ba-da-bum-bum-bum-ba-da-bum. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-bow. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-dum. Ba-ba-ba-bum-ba-bow. Ba-da-dum-ba-da-ba-dum. Ba-da-ba-dum. Ba-ba-da-ba-bow. Ba-da-dum-ba-dum. Ba-da-do-ba-ba-do. Bow. Ba-da-dum-ba-dum. Dum. Ba-da-dum. Ba-da-da-ba-dum. Ba-da-do-ba-ba-do. Boom. Ba-da-dum. Ba-da-dee-bee. Ba-da-boom. Boom. Boom. Ba-da-ba-boom. Ba-dow. Ba-ba-boo-ba. Ba-ba-doo. Ba-ba-doo. Ba-da-boo. Ba-da-boo. Ba-da-dum. Ba-da-doo. Ba-bow. Boom, boom. Boom. Ba-da-ba-ba-boom. Pew, pew. Da-ba-da-doo-dum. Ba-dum. Ba-dum, boom. Yeah, I think maybe the fumes of the glue is like sapping away my life force. Because I feel pretty drained. Ba-dum bow dow, ba-dum ba how, ba-dum ba-da ba-da-dow, ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-da-bum, bum, ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-dum, ba-ba-doo, ba-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dum, ba-ba-dee-ba-da-ba-da-ba-bum, ba-ba-ba-doo. Ha-do-do-do, bottom. Ha-do-do-do, bottom. Wow. Ba-ba-ba-da-ba-da-da-bum. Bum. Bum bum ba-dum bum. Dim da ba-dum bum. Bum ba ba-dum bum. Bim bo ba-dum bum. Bum ba ba-dum bum. Beep boop dee bum. Boop beep dee bum. Boop dee dee bum. Bum ba dum ba Huge calves. That's maybe a bit too huge. I don't know, man. Maybe it's maybe it's perfect sizage of calf muscles. I have no clue. This is a bit excessive, but Oh well. This entire thing is a bit excessive. Since I might make... Oh yeah, I might actually make this wrap around, so it will be humongous, absolutely unreal. Thickest calves in the animal kingdom. Maybe if I have it like thigh highs, so she's like wearing a suit of some sorts. I'm gonna go open a window for air. Yeah. Coffee. Oh. Holding my breath might actually be making me more dizzy than just breathing it in. I don't know. Could also be placebo. My brain is very susceptible to placebo. And so, yeah. Could very well be that. This is how I reload this thing, using one of these, because I don't want to touch the stick, because they are sticky and they are slimy actually. They're not sticky, they're slimy. And I don't like having slimy stuff on my hands. When I get stuff stuck on my hands, like slippery, sticky, whatever, it's even just a smell of something, my hands start to sweat crazy. Like just water pours from my hands, like it's trying to wash my hand. And it's so annoying. So yeah, it's never, it's rarely just sticky or just slimy on my hands. It's also like sweaty whenever that happens. That's not a very fun thing. do ba-dum. Bum dum dum. Do ba-da-do bum. Ba-da-bow. Oh, that was the wrong sign apparently. Right, okay. Do. Boop-a-doo, boop-a-doo, bum. Bum. Wait, it's flipped. Just realized. There we go. Now that's not flipped. Oh, it split open. Of course it did. Oh no, it keeps splitting open because I keep letting go of it at the wrong times. Or actually, maybe it's not, because I'm gonna have to put that in here either way. Nah, I can do that after I've done all of this. Ugh. Icky gross stuff in my ear. Ick. That makes sense why it's been difficult to frame things. Wait, have I been having this pointing away from my mouth? Damn. But yeah, I can understand now why it's been so difficult to frame it correctly, because it's been mirrored. Huh. Yeah, because it's from this, which is then turned that way. I don't know how much longer I will be able to do this today, but I think maybe now-ish. I've been streaming for 5 hours. It's only 4 p.m. And I have done the guitaring already. I believe that if I don't finish the Sponge saga today, it will be really difficult to do it tomorrow, because I will have to get into the flow and think about how this works, but then suddenly stop right after I've gotten the things back in my brain or whatever. So I think finishing the Sponge stage will make it a lot easier for me tomorrow to actually finish it and not just procrastinate and then be dissatisfied with it and stuff, and so I can actually maybe finish it, because I haven't really finished another character in quite a while, or a figurine, I mean. Oh yeah, I should call these streams for figurine making, because it's not a puppet. These are not puppets. These are figurines. Figurinettes. What? Boopa-doopa-doopa-dum. Boopa-doopa-doopa-doopa-dum. Doopa-doopa-doopa-doopa-dum. Boopa-doopa-doopa-doopa-bum. Boopa-doopa-doopa-doopa-bum. Doopa-doopa-doopa-doopa-bum. See, it's fine now. It's soon done. It's soon ready for the next stage. Trust the process, they say, and sometimes it actually is true. And other times it might actually be the opposite. Well, it's kind of like when you know the process, it's easier to trust it. Whereas if you don't know a process, it can be very difficult to trust that it's going to be okay. But once you're familiar with the process, you tend to, it's easier to recognize, like, oh yeah, I'm feeling like this not going to work. But I know that that feeling is there for every project or whatever. There is like that moment of like, oh, is this worth it? But yeah, when it is finished, it's so worth it. It's like, oh my god, I'm so happy I finished this thing. Sometimes it's like, oh, I wish I... Well, no, when I finish it, that's when it's like, oh yeah. But when I get 90% done, but then I give up at the 90%, then it's not fun. But as long as I'm not giving up on that stage, it's pretty fun, I believe. Yeah, the legs can be... Okay, I'm just gonna stretch my... Oh yes, gotta love some... No, that way. Gotta love some microplastics in my cup of things. Yeah. Love ourselves some microplastics. There's more. Oh no. There is just microplastics everywhere. Nature be like. Ugh. I mean, the symptoms aren't really that bad. I'm just kind of, well, I'm a little bit tired maybe. But overall, the symptoms aren't that bad. I don't know if that's because I've taken my meds, like my ADHD meds. They might be making me capable of things that I otherwise wouldn't be capable of. Like sitting up in the attic making art and screaming at the same time. But I did kind of... Did I rest yesterday? No, I didn't rest. Yes, well, yeah. I went to bed very early though. I went to bed at around... how loud is... Okay. I went to bed at around 9 p.m. yesterday, which is pretty early for me. Like I have tended to go to bed at around 11-ish, 11-12, because I keep getting so late with like making dinner and stuff. But my mom came with soup yesterday, which is what my mom came with yesterday. Came to us with yesterday, and yeah, we ate that, and so we didn't need to make any food. We needed to heat it up though, so we had to do something in the kitchen, but that took very little time. And then we watched Figurine, the anime, the show, the elf girl. It's a pretty banger show. Apparently next year they're coming out with season 3. We're almost done with season 1. And yeah, it's pretty nice. I really like it. At least I really like it so far. It's a very pretty show. Like, I love the birds that they have in the show. Like, they have like really detailed birds. Or when I say really detailed, I mean they look real. And they are based on like real life birds. Except for that one bird that they had yesterday, which was like a Stella. Or a Stella. That might be a real bird, but it was like flying at past the speed, the sound of speed, the speed of sound. And so I don't think we have those in real life, but I might be wrong. Might be like they dive down to water to catch whatever. I don't know why they would. Well, maybe for like if they're a prey bird or whatever, they could like fly away from predators. But I don't see why. Well, there are like a ton of monsters and stuff in that show, so maybe that's what it's trying to run away from. Ba-bum, ba-dum, ba-bum, ba-dum, ba-bum, ba-bum, ba-da-ba-ba-ba-do, bow, ba-da-ba-ba-dum, ba-ba-dip-dip-dip-ba-da-bum, ba-da-ba-ba-dum, bum, ba-ba-da-ba-bum, bum, 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 meow, 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. Bumana bumana bodum badum badado babado bow boobada babada bow boom badadum badada babadum boom boom. Boom, 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 boom. Do boom, 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 boom. Meow, 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 meow. Do 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 do. Bum bum bum. Do do ba do ba do ba ba. No no. Ba 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 da bum. Boom, bada boom, boom, ba-dum, bada ba ba ba-dum, ba-da-da-dum, hum, dum, hum, ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. Brum bum 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 ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. Boop-de-ba-doo, ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-dum. Boo, ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-do. Boom, ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba. Boo, 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 ba-da-ba. Boom, 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 boom. Ba-da-ba-bum, ba-dum, ba-da-ba, ba-dum, ba-da-ba, ba-dum, ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-bum, bum, ba-ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-da-ba-ba-do. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, she's got a tiny booty compared to the rest. But I might like put clothes on this character so that it doesn't, or it might be visible, or it might be viewed from the front. Wow. Yeah, I'm gonna have to make the head tomorrow either way, so I'm going to have to use the sponge stuff. So I think that's going to be it for today, because I am quite exhausted mentally. And yeah, I have done the guitaring today, so I don't need to do that again. But yeah, tomorrow I might do the head and the like the fabric around the thing. So yeah, that might be nice. Good day. See you tomorrow, or in like 2 minutes when you start the new VOD or whatever. So yeah, goodbye.